Всем здорово, сегодня с вами Чича, и мы идем смотреть обнову 4.0 с новым гидро-регионом. Так, надо смолу скрафтить сразу. Я так чувствую, бля, я из фармилки не вылезу до утра. О, это нам надо. Не зря я БП купил. NS алгоритм трансляции только началась, а мне уже в реке. А почему тебя в рекомендации кидает? Это потому что ты галочку поставил? Точнее, колокольчик или... Нихуя. Пропущу, пожалуй. Так, смолу фармим. Отлично, отлично. Как раз сейчас 10 уровней сразу за день ебанем. Бля. А что тебе надо? Где ты? Ну. Да сука. Нет, это потому что подписан. Странно, но здорово. На сталкер не приходил, но зато решил зайти на Геншин. Так, у нас тут до хера всего добавили. Я прям, бля, я с утра вот, у меня руки чесались, пиздец, бля. У меня сегодня на работе, бля, вообще ничего не мог делать. Да и не смог бы даже, если бы не было бы всего этого. Так. Блять, как же я ждал, нахуй. Так, что у нас? Так, открытие региона, тестовый забег. Вот тестовый забег это единственное, что я прошел. Так, задание легенд. Сюжетка архонтов. Новый босс. Я так понял, что это мировой босс, да? Ага, у этого два ресурса, смотри-ка. С каждого этого. Бля, ну это, кстати, я на трейлере смотрел, они прикольно выглядят. Ну, хотя бы на фоне. Может, что-нибудь иногда в чат будешь писать. Так, это обычный босс, который нужен для прокачки уровня. Угу. Так, ну и, конечно же, бездна. Бездна. Так, сейчас передо мной выбор стоит. Сейчас передо мной стоит выбор. Пойти в бездну, покрутить крутки или начать с сюжета. Вот вопрос хороший. На 2 стримах по болотам? Ну и на вчерашнем вроде или позавчерашнем. Да, стримы по болотам закончились. Дальше уже все будет происходить вне камер. Потому что я ни сюжет, ни квесты, ни ивент я не хочу спойлерить. Блять, что-то у меня все время привычка на карту ткнуть. Ну, погнали. Ёбана в рот. А что мы тут делаем, в смысле? Нам вообще в другую сторону. Ой, не люблю я читать диалоги. Зачем мы сюда приходили в первый раз, не знаю. Но зачем? Но еще больше я не понимаю, нахер мы сюда пришли сейчас. Так, идея с пудингом, кстати, еще жива. Сейчас закончу все с концами в ближайший день-два и буду пытаться сделать. Давай, удачи. Сознание Нахида было заперто доктором. Мы нашли помощь в пустыне, следуя подсказкам. У Паймона отличная память. Прошло так много времени. С возвращением Нахиды постепенно меняется в лучшую сторону. Угу. Прямо надеяться, что мирное время продлится как можно дольше. Нахиде больше не придется ни с чем разбираться. Мы постоянно оказываемся в центре событий. Кто знает, что может еще произойти. Да пиздец сейчас будет, по-любому. Сейчас мы зайдем, нас сразу наручники на нас оденут. Нихуя себе. Давайте посремся еще. Ага. Ты будешь нашим проводником?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about?
Ова.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are
Она будет скучать.
I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it.
Давай с собой ее заберем.
Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Проводили.
But no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But
sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert.
Ага, да, ща, конечно.
When are you leaving?
oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now,
Ну, началось. Давай. Чё это за подозрительный черт?
Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything.
Ясно, значит, прощальная вечеринка,
It's
ну
sad enough
ничего.
to see you go like that. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you.
Справедливо.
by the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her.
Then, I guess
Бля, и
that's
Нахиду с собой бы
enough
взяли, и
for
вообще бы
Paimon.
было... Еще увидимся, конечно.
Goodbye, dear.
Вот прям в этом баннере, отвечаю.
Sumeru.
Я его покручу просто так, просто чтоб был. Бля, я надеюсь, что 50 на 50 у меня вот на нее выпадет. Потому что если это, бля, будет джин опять, ну это в окно полетит этот джин. Так. Но мы же к телепорту не просто так пришли, да? А, нас уже переместили. Серьезно? Просто... Все так просто? Чё? Не, в смысле все так... Так же не... Неинтересно же, эй! Я думал, мы там... Бля, ну это пиздец. Ну ладно, тем же проще. Вон сразу статуйку активируем, карту пощупаем. Кстати, что она такая маленькая? Она, по идее, еще должна открыться. А, она... Не, по логике она должна с Манштатом будет совмещаться. Потому что иначе нахера здесь будет пробел этот. Так что он, по идее, должен будет вот так вот. Вот так полностью открываться. Иначе я обижусь. А нам надо активировать вот эту херню, да? Хорошо, почему бы и нет? Бля, вода это, конечно, прикольно, но вот дайвингом заниматься мне бы не хотелось. В играх с открытым миром я ненавижу две вещи. Сраные горы и сраную воду, бля. Если, бля, мне придется большую часть времени проводить под водой, где я не могу там ни побегать, ни побить, ничего. Это будет очень печально. Опа. Где? А я думал, он просто синего цвета будет. А он красивенький. Надо забрать. Блять, че я мозга ебу? Так, что-то все слишком просто, по-моему.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow, everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice.
Кстати, вот эти новые мобы тоже прикольные. Вот эти механизмы мне нравятся больше, чем руинщики. Сначала встретимся с гидро-регионом. Это хорошая идея, я хочу на нее посмотреть. Понюхать ее вживую. А, ну все, началось. Слишком много диалогов.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened.
У вас умер кто-то, господа? Что происходит?
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened.
Really? Like a real trial?
О, суды пошли. Не, мы точно сядем. Нас посадят. У меня в отряде 3 маленькие девочки. Мне, блядь, 24 года светит.
Shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very...
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases.
Значит, здесь у вас шоу, да, из судов? Здорово, братан. Пришел на Genshin посмотреть? Или думал, что это сталкер зашел такой, что за хуйня анимешная, бля, и до свидания.
Lady Farina practically lives there.
О, сука.
It's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment.
Записаться? Кому оно надо? Мы сейчас с двух ног вломимся туда, сейчас всем пиздов надаем. Я зашел посмотреть это, во-первых, а во-вторых, парольчик скиньте. Ха-ха-ха, за парольчиком пришел. Хорошо, сейчас. Сейчас. Напиши свой ник в чате, сейчас я скину. Анрек. Так. Мег. Том. Все, учетная запись удалена. Записаться? Не буду я никуда записываться, слышь, господа. Я приду и отшлепаю ее. Блин, мне, наверное, надо читать вслух все, что здесь пишется, но озвучка меня будет сбивать, а выключать я ее не особо хочу. Я не любитель читать субтитры, эти уж тем более вслух. О, ни хрена у вас тут диктатура. Так, раз вы любите гидро-архонта, я тоже хочу любить гидро-архонта. Пойдем? Пойдем, пойдем, пойдем. Там это где? Здорово. Бесплатная женщина. Она нам сейчас фокус покажет, да? Да, я забыл, что эта херня будет гореть постоянно. Бля, так покрутить хочется. Ну ладно, давайте сейчас сначала немного сюжета, потом круточки, потом немного сюжета, потом можно сходить в бездну, а потом опять немного сюжета.
But there's nothing I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just...
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother...
No, people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill...
Да, не надо, пожалуйста, я не хочу... Я надеюсь, это не отправит меня туда. Честно, вообще нет желания сейчас в воду лезть. О, братишка.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our... allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess,
Да, как ты догадался?
You must be travelers from a...
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all.
Oh, really? Then you two are just...
Скромняга, да?
Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Ну да. А ты мой рот, Паймон. Ты разговариваешь и ешь. Заебись. А я ни то, ни другое. Чай и пирожок, а у вас справедливо. У меня чай и... Ну, я бы не сказал, что это пирожок, это скорее что-то типа печенек в сахарной пудре. Правильно. Я думаю, она злиться будет.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is...
Вот это вот уже интересно.
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been... Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about where to begin.
Что, нам сейчас покажут ролик какой-нибудь? Нет?
That question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each...
did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Нихуя себе.
And hello, Paimon.
Это что, он ее за жопу схватил? Люблю, когда она злится.
it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you. Please, follow me.
Так, ну чё, дадут нам побегать-то, не? Я хочу пощупать карту. Я не любитель разговоров. Вот когда-нибудь сюда русскую озвучку добавят, тогда ладно. Я хотя бы послушаю. А вот читать это не для меня. А нам, как ни крути, нам наверх, да? Ну пошли. Заебись, 2 метра прошли и все.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Чего? О, вот эту женщину я видел, ее надо выбить. У нее пистолет есть, я люблю женщин с пистолетами. Ух ты, давай. Ля какая.
So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she...
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Красивое появление.
Two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have
Нихуя себе.
journeyed from distant lands.
Это первый регион, в котором нас так встречают.
Is she talking about us?
Япон, мать. Кому там денег не жалко?
Long heard of
Лидер
the
дал на
traveler
пудинг.
who
Спасибо,
followed
лидер.
in your wake. As you visited other
А,
nations,
ты решил добить, что ли?
I welcome you nevertheless. No, I
Мгм.
have come to receive you.
А, она лично пришла нас вздрючить, да? Угу. Бля, ну вот это уже предложение выглядит больше как... Короче, пиздец нам сейчас будет. Сидит лыбится. Кто сидит лыбится? Я сижу лыблюсь, да. Я с этой женщиной встречи искал очень долго. Так, сейчас. Одну секундочку. Обновим левел. Ща. Пару минуток. Заменить лишь одну циферку. Все.
Fear is for insignificant cowards.
Страх для ничтожных трусов.
And I will never entertain
Пошли
the
лишним
notion
бессмысленной
of such meaningless
осторожность.
wariness.
Будь верны, я ясно вижу ваш искренний нрав.
I see clearly your sincerity.
У нее глаз какой-то особенный, типа она
Of course,
видит истину.
seeking an audience
Поэтому она
with me
судья?
is the
Или
most
чё?
sensible thing to do.
Я позвал человека с другого сервера сталкера, ему зашло, он сказал, друзей сюда позовет. Это хорошо. Если для меня это самое разное. Вы узрите мою силу и засвидетельствуете мою власть. Да. А теперь спустись сюда, чтобы я мог тебя обнюхать. Красота.
Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
Просто переплыли лужу, сделали 2 шага, и вот здрасте уже гидро-регион.
Entrance was, how should I... Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent.
А, ты у нас ЧСВ девочка, да?
Be awestruck by my
Хорошо,
abilities.
потому что донатики.
You had best stop and consider.
Донатики это хорошо, да, не полюбят, когда ее кормят.
And etiquette necessary to communicate with a god.
Будете благодарны качествами, данными этикета, необходимыми для общения с божеством. Я прищелкиваю пальцем, могу узнать о вас все. Ни хрена себе. Женщина, не порти впечатление.
Oh, what's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise!
Так, Фурина или Фокалорс?
Wait, does this mean
Или это одно и то же?
legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see...
Дуэль века? Ни хрена себе, это что, мы сейчас сразу с Архонтом, что ли, лупиться будем?
Lady Farina would never
Купил ангар вот недавно сундуков. Да пиздец. Уж ты как никто другой Непку откармливаешь. Непка ждет, вот когда ты еще один косарь вот так вот просто вкинешь нахер, чтобы все-таки та анимация проиграла. И здесь не было ни грамма байта.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between
Чего?
myself and this traveler from another
Чего?
land.
Драться? Серьезно?
Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Кое-какой опыт имеется. Нет, ты серьезно? Чё происходит, алло? Или может это дуэль в суде будет? Чё?
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Она хочет нас напугать?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their
Да, а ты чё
sword
думала?
against a god. She
Ты
is
будешь внепываться, госпожа, я тебе жопу надеру.
Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be
Ага,
thrilled.
здесь сейчас что-то еще жестче будет, да?
Duel will not slake their thirst for
Бля,
excitement.
я сейчас скину ее нахер оттуда. Скину, отведу за угол и отдеру по полной программе.
Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be...
On Araneus, criminals
Нихуя
are
себе
always
пустая дуэль, блядь.
requesting duels to defend their own.
Правитель вашей страны против всеебущего нечто. Постоянно требует проведения дуэли, чтобы защитить свой... Серьезно?
You see. Then, as the god of justice,
Да ну нахер, да нет. В каком суде? Да меня посадят.
Right!
Нет.
That'll be worth seeing!
Сука, ее появление как появление военкома.
After all, such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Не совершали никаких преступлений?
oh, we have reason to put you on trial. According to Fontaine law, No one is permitted to release any flying objects within
Первые 3
Fontaine city
дня
limits during the first
каждого
3
месяца. Чего?
days of each month. You are clearly
Летающие объекты? Серьезно? Паймон это летающий объект?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our lady Farina.
You call that obvious? What kind of lie is that? Wait,
precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon,
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
you tell her, Linny. Finally, someone who's not crazy. How could any...
great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object.
Чё ты, бля... Пиздец, что происходит? Она нас хочет набутылить, просто ни за что ищет любой повод для этого. Видимо, она и правда все знает. И она знает все, что 2 месяца до этого я на нее смотрел. Да. Сделаешь торговца или техника за 1 в донате. Торговца или техника? Да, ну торговца я вряд ли буду делать, дядь. Торговца писать это пиздец, ты сам... ну ладно, ты на стриме не был, где я торговца создавал, блядь, когда 1,5 часа на это уходит, это пиздец. Не, ну хотя 1,5 часа за косарь это, это ничто, но... Бля, ебаться с этим. Я подумаю. Я подумаю. Тебе приказ при возможности выебите. Я ее и так выебу. Я сюда за этим-то в принципе и шел. Отодрать ее. Вот только после вот таких вот заявлений громких я отдеру ее так, как никто. Она месяц будет с клюшкой ходить хромать.
With such an audience gathered here, allow...
Нихуя себе, что происходит? Чё? Так, ну, ниточка, эффекты. А в чем фокус-то? А ты предусмотрителен, да? То есть он неспроста ее за жопу мацал. Скоро оплачивает хостинг снова. Хостинг обновляется через 2 дня. И да, я его сегодня утром уже оплатил. Как раз последние бабки ушли на то, чтобы купить боевой пропуск здесь и продлить хостинг. Ни хрена ты все провернул. Наебали Архонта просто на нахуй.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called...
Ах ты, сучка. Только попробуй сейчас сбежать, бля. Тебе гарпун в жопу метну. Серьезно? Чё? Нихуя ты, бля.
Lenny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Чё? Ты просто свалишь? Ну-ка пошли ловить ее, алло. Пиздец, ты съебалась. Пришла. Произвела впечатление. Потом навыебывалась. Доебалась. И съебалась. Чего? Геншин — это игра про уебательство богов? Ну, не совсем. Короче, ГГ ищет своего брата или сестру, в зависимости от того, кого ты выбираешь в начале. Ну и пока ты ищешь, типа, хочешь спросить у каждого архонта. А чтобы добраться до архонта, ты должен сначала все проблемы решить в регионе. И по итогу, блядь, поиски собрата превращаются в просто... Я хуй даже знает, как называть. Ну, то как в Сталкере чистое небо, блядь. Ты просто идешь, ебешь все, что видишь, и... Да. От одной группировки к другой. Спасибо за помощь.
I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina...
Ох, я вашу фуриночку. Пизда ее жопе. Осуждаем.
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine. The Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminals try?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, and speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this
Короче, зрелище, да?
by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Ну, хоть улыбнулась.
We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just... Oh, you really mean it? Then this is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute...
Бля, я думал, сейчас пойдем лупить кого-нибудь.
What are they going to use it for?
About that... I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulated. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin, until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
That sounds pretty cool. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the sea. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for...
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed,
Я
wouldn't it be better just to...
продлил хостинг за 2К, он не хочет за 1К NPC сразу сделать. Ты хочешь непнуть мне мозг, да?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But
Ладно, подключу автоматом, все равно сейчас кликаю.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death.
И что, мы можем сейчас откачать всю воду? Или плотину построить, чтобы она не стекала там?
We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are...
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day!
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand... Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to...
Бля, ну хоть давай без диалогов, а? Ну сука.
So you also believe?
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also... The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were... As time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all...
Oh, I haven't heard that one before.
Пацан считает, что когда он утонет, он попадет домой. Шизоид. Смоки, здорово. Один К на заводе никто не получает за время работы, которая делается за NPC. Справедливо. Ладно, я подумаю над твоим предложением. Но донатить на это все равно нельзя, иначе это будет выглядеть как покупка, это будет ожидаемо и неинтересно. А вот когда эта херня появится неожиданно, вот это будет, да, это передаст всю суть этого, как сказать, всю суть гифки. Похер.
Magic pocket? Seems you really thought of... Thanks.
Готовиться к худшему, надеяться на лучшее. Как я в КС зайду, бля? А, я думал NPC до хрена. Нормально. Всего 3.
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can... Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in here.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that... If I start moving...
Блядь, ты на корабле живешь, тебе нормально. Так, кому-то еще не отдали? А, нет, все, закончили. Почему ты перестал стримить в FNAF 9? Да, я в принципе тогда перестал стримить. Не знаю, что-то прям настроения вообще не было нихуя делать. Я домой приходил, и мне вот просто было вообще впадлу что-либо делать. Я ни серваковым не занимался, ничего. Вот просто какой-то, знаешь, творческий кризис. Да и в идеале неплохо бы видюху получше для него взять, для этого FNAF. Он типа нормально там идет, но все-таки побольше FPS было бы получше.
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side.
А Лоля нам поможет. Ах ты, срань господня, ты серьезно? То есть мне именно протыкать их придется или что? Так, или я что-то... Подожди, я, может, что-то не понял? Или я прослушал, или что? Что я сделать должен? Да хрен с ним. Может, мне какую-то штуку дали, которую я могу это... Долги вернул? Ну, вроде как да. Так, я, может, тупой или чё? Почему я не могу их взять? Не понимаю. Ну-ка. Не, я вообще не понимаю, почему я не могу их взять. Так, погоди-ка, может, описание? Ни хрена. Так, а что от меня хотят-то? Как я их соберу, если они не собираются? Им вообще похеру. Так, ну на эти элементы им насрать. Давай. Ух, красиво. А, эта штука меняется в зависимости от региона. Так, ну давай попробуем электро. $109 за 2 месяца, да. А, нет, это не отдал, это я буду возвращать постепенно с зарплаты. Это даже, считай, не как долг, а как благодарность. У тебя есть ПС? Нет. Ну-ка. Да чё с вами не так-то, алё? Я вообще не понимаю нахер. Может мне выйти, зайти, что-то сделать? Просто я ни хера не понимаю. Ну-ка попробуем часиками чуть-чуть перезагрузить. Я думаю, ты зарабатываешь так дохуя. Ага. Сейчас, блядь. Если бы я столько зарабатывал. Не, им вообще похеру, смотри. Не, ладно, давай попробуем выйти. Выйти, зайти обратно. Может, это баг. Либо я что-то проебываю. Да, блядь, с другой стороны, какой же это баг, если другие ресурсы собирались?
for maritime flowers.
Нужно использовать силу гидро. От падла, а ты мог сразу сказать, а? Так, где моя любимая сила гидро? А, там анимация была. Да, вот с анимациями они прикольно придумали. Хорошо, что сообщение перезагрузилось. А то этот долбоёб так бы и тыкался. Странно, кстати, что я пропустил гидро. Я думал, я все стихи использовал. Кто-то еще что-нибудь есть? Нет. Забирай, братишка.
I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Техник за 1К. Не, ну техника я могу создать, техника несложно.
The performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fонтейn.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's life.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obviously a magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Сука. Кому-то в суде жопу порвут.
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should... You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
Я наконец-то пойду статую активирую. Так, надо тут все общупать. До какой защиты можно выбрать? Ну, я думаю, до 5 максимум, чтобы не было слишком имбово. Типа, более имбовая броня она будет, но будет падать только с босса. Точнее, нет, ее можно будет скрафтить с босса. Да. Думал, сейчас система меня сломает. Ничего, сколько нам еще? Так, не-не-не-не-не-не-не, хрена там лысого. Сначала я сделаю вот так. Да, сука. Ага, даже так. Что у нас, кстати, тут? Давайте понюхаем. Кстати, вот этот типа в виде часовых механизмов артефакты мне нравятся, я хочу их. Хотя пассивка у них не то чтобы увеличивает крит шанс на 12%, когда текущий хп увеличивается или снижается. Угу. На кого это можно засунуть? Надо подумать. А вот тут поинтересней. Но это, скорее всего, для Лини. А тот для Линет. Да, тут, бля, жесткие бафы какие-то там под него я смотрел. Так, ладно, статую мы открыли. Говорящая вода. О, шиза, накрыла.
Нихуя себе!
Сука!
Ебануться! Блять! Охуеть! Ебаться в рот! Пиздец! Блять!
Жду тебя.
Ты все-таки это сделал. И прям выждал неожиданный момент. Ну ладно. Спасибо. Сейчас. Придется обновлять опять. Выловлю тебя из воды. Может быть, там попробую спуститься под воду вместе с тобой. Да ну... Нет. Угу. Ладно. Хотя это странно. Описание события. Угу. Да ну нахер. Это типа подводный ивент будет? Бля, ну ладно. За гемы так уж и быть нырну. А проводника за сколько сделаешь? Смотря какого. Типа проводника, который ведет на все локи, или проводника, который вот именно тебе нужен? Схватим ее. И пристрелим нахуй.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, what?
Так, где тут гидроку? Вот она лежит, да? Опа! Здрасте. А ты у нас кто такой, а? Сука. Надо такую в чайнике завести. Так, и что, нам вниз, что ли? А, не, нихера. На все локи? Сука, я максимально продажная мразь. Смотря сколько ты предложишь.
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact,
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
you're right, you're right. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete...
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lily's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontейн now.
Да Япона мать, ну мне вообще побегать не дают. Ну что происходит? Одни кат-сцены, одни диалоги. Дайте мне мир посмотреть, Япона мать.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontейн. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same.
Понимаешь, если цену буду называть я зажрусь. А я зажрусь.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave.
Опа! А вот ее я хочу выбить. Она будет первым крил-каталистом. Так, подожди, когда это я с ней... Сумеру, что ли? Бля, как я проебал момент с ней? Или проскипал, или я был в армии, когда его проходили.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontейn suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. Ah, you're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girl, but the scariest part is that
то есть, получается, и Линет исчезнет.
ever been found.
Как в трейлере, не потому что это был фокус.
But shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves... I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Вот накаркает же гадость. Так, что происходит? Опять все проскипали. Да что за херня? Я мир посмотреть хочу, а мне просто... Кат-сцены идеологии, бля. Ну что за херня,
Hey, we're almost there. Look.
Я думал, он крупнее будет. Нет, лимончик. Прибываем в Москва-Сити. Да, сука. Где КС Гуран? Где КС Гуран, блядь? Сука. Сказал бы я тебе, где он. И даже показал бы тебе, где он. Но не буду. Бля, мне дадут по миру побегать, нет?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collect.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start.
Город огромный, посмотреть его хрен. Как сделать такую штуку для доната? Ты про какую штуку? Которая сверху катается или по полоскую шкалу? Ну, нихера себе, он, то есть, типа, в высоту идет, а не в ширину. Бля, мать, каменные джунгли, пиздец. В настройках Donation Alerts сбор средств, создаешь цель сбора, задаешь параметры, сколько тебе нужно, откуда начать, лимит по времени, если он тебе нужен, но он тебе не нужен. Там цвет, текст и ну и в конце, как закончишь, типа запускаешь его, копируешь ссылку, в OBS выбираешь режим браузер и вставляешь туда ссылку, а затем просто перетаскиваешь полоску и настраиваешь ее размер и так далее. Так, куда нам надо? Туда, не хочу пока. Я хочу побегать по миру. Хотя побегать-то нам тут по-хорошему надо... А я могу отслеживать, а? Могу. Вот она где? Внизу или сверху? Я хочу не вляпаться в кат-сцену. Мне надо сначала активировать статую. Ля, где она? Ага. Она типа внутри. Бляха-муха, она наверху. Сука, туда лезть заебешься. Блять, надо мной издевается игра. В Ливе лазить, в Инадзуме плавать, в Сумеру песок жрать. А тут все сразу. Пиздец. Бля, думаю, сейчас может круточек поделать. Младший брат, младшая сестра. Чё? Вы чё, вся семья, что ли? Бля, выглядит... Чё они все как бабы выглядят, а? Не знающий так ведь и бол свой достанет.
Lenny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Заебись. А мы постоим, посмотрим. А зачем тебе, кстати, полоска? Ты что, тоже стримить, что ли, хочешь?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work.
О, кап-кап. Побежал, блядь. Думаешь, у тебя будет время на стримы? Я надеюсь, ты не Лигу и не Доту будешь стримить. А то я тебя буду осуждать.
It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll...
Мне кажется, все дело в судах. Типа, пока вот эти несправедливые суды клоунада происходят, типа, будут капать дожди, будет повышаться уровень моря, ну, местного, и всех нахер затопит, если вот это дерьмо не прекратится. У тебя Twitch. О, Twitch. Если ты будешь на Твиче стримить доту, ну, бля, все, это фулл набор будет. Фулл набор чмошника. О, телепорт. Спасибо.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can...
Тарков, Лига, и чё комп потянет, то и буду стримить. Давай КС-ку. Тогда я на твоем фоне хоть не так убого буду смотреться. Осуждаешь.
What is it, Fremine? I mean, perhaps we could... I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite...
No trouble at all! Don't worry,
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need!
Где тут телепорт? Я видел, мать его, телепорт. Где? Бля, они же не показываются просто так, да? То есть мне либо надо статую искать, либо... поддержи. Я надеюсь, что это здесь рядом показывали. Блин, ну мне очень не хочется наверх лезть. Хотя тут... Не, а тут, кстати... О, сундук. Кстати, что здесь за обычные сундуки дают? Ну-ка, 2 гема, все так же. Ничего не поменялось. Да, чем искать, наверное, проще. Проще реально залезть к статуе гидро-регионов, сразу всю карту видеть. Да ну нахер, репутация. Я еще в сумеру не закончил, так что... Но мне все же интересно. А, пока нельзя, да? Ну ладно. На неп и сюда неп. Вот обязательно надо тут где-нибудь застрять, да? Понаделают стен. Сейчас начну срамить ссылку на Twitch, если ты будешь занижать мой скилл. В КС нет скилла. Понимаешь? В КС есть удача. Скилла там нету. Умение стрелять или умение думать — это... А, в этих водах типа нельзя утонуть? Вы тут про это говорили? Я бы рисковать не стал. Ах ты сраня. Ну давайте надеяться, что я успею туда перескочить. Так. На нахер. Ух, сука. О, кстати, да. Надо посмотреть, Селестия над нами находится или это все еще была просто текстурка. Я же в правильную сторону смотрю, да. А, в натуре, смотри-ка. Над Фонтейном. Ну или почти. По крайней мере, близко. Бля, хочу покрутить. Давай чуть-чуть покрутим. А вот что-нибудь да выпадет. Херня. 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 О, да, да куда ж без тебя-то? Невозможно представить себе жизнь без дождерезов, блядь. Дождерезы, колоколы, дождерезы, колоколы, блядь. Давай хоть консту на линет. По идее, мне сейчас должно хватать на еще одну розовую. Сейчас хуяк он не по гаранту прилетит. Хотя у меня нет цели его выбить. Я бы хотел Дехью. Казино, да. Болото же закрыты для... А, конста. Это красиво. Закрыты для смертных. Да, болото для смертных пока закрыто. Крутим дальше. Можно еще одну розовую, а? Ну, пожалуйста. Ну, пожалуйста. Блин, я хочу докрутить. Так, телепорт у нас здесь остался, если чё. Прям немножечко разбавим. Тут чел отдал бронь чейн игроку. Чел был как-то в чистом небе. Ай, бля. Ну, пизды им дам за то, что лезут. Хули увижу этого чела, блядь, с группировкой и вещами. Ну и забаню нахер. А виноват буду не я в этом. А те, кто его туда телепортировали и помогли ему. Не, конечно, не исключено, что он сам влез, но тогда тем более он сам виноват. Так, мне вот просто интересно, что тут будет происходить. Тут ни хрена не поменялось. Тогда, может, эти хотя бы поменялись? Нет. Так, сюда пира желательно. Сюда пофиг, сюда криво. Здесь пофигу. Значит, сюда пиродендра куда-нибудь. А сюда... Ну, как минимум одного криво надо. Ну, давай. Почему бы и нет? Давай-ка по площади сыграем немного.
Let's move out.
Опа. Чё с ФПС, алё? Не надо таких фокусов.
Everyone hold hands. Boing, boing, boing. I see everything.
Да, чё виснет-то? В бездне же ничего не обновлялось. С хрена ли ее так подтормаживает?
My will and body.
All hail.
How amusing.
Ты чё, блядь, скорострел, что ли, до хера, а?
No touching.
Happy to oblige.
Punching bag today.
Do your master's bidding. Transfiguration.
Access denied. This is long overdue. No touching.
А лимончик это кто? А лимончик это олд сервера. Если не ошибаюсь, он играл еще с 2017 года, когда у нас только первая карта была.
Make yourselves a move. Dumpty dumpty dumpty. Everyone hold hands.
Где Паймон? Паймон, в смысле, ты про игру спрашиваешь? Ну, в боях Паймон нету, Паймон куда-то сваливает. Паймон только вот приходит поесть и поговорить вместо меня. Так, вы мне лолю не убейте, гадости. Сгорели. Нет, Паймон. А, ты про мою, что ли, Паймон? Нету. Я так понял, она сейчас на пути домой, а там в поезде не ловит связь.
My will embodied. Access denied.
Swallow fury. That's far enough.
By ordinance divine. Sacred name, fortune preserver.
Behold.
А ты с хрена ли телепортировался? Оборзевший, что ли, самый? Посмотри на этого черта, бля. На, сука. Бан. О. На, вы сдохли еще до моего выстрела. Чмошники. Так, сюда дендра. Сюда пофиг. Сюда. Ну, тоже можно дендра. А, или сюда дендра. И туда можно. Да, в принципе, и сюда можно. Но во вторую это будет куда полезнее. Поэтому сделаем мою любимую пачку. А тут мы сделаем... А тут мы потанцуем, нахуй. Да, печально. Что кроме как на стримах по серверу, онлайн хрен где соберешь. Грусть, печаль.
Take it easy. Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Don't be scared. Hey, go away. With all my strength.
Чего у них за значки там светятся?
Busted.
I see everything.
Shine down! Now you shall perish!
Hey, sharing my knowledge. Jumpy, jumpy, go!
There is no escape!
This may hurt a little.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Here you are. How bold. The process of elimination.
All eyes on me!
Вот и Кулина успела.
Don't be scared. That hurts real bad.
Busted. Game's up.
I'll be back.
Let's move out. Hold the line. Everyone hold hands.
Shine down!
That's really fun. Commit it to memory. Make yourselves at home. This may hurt a little.
Бля, что-то одно мастерство. правда.
Well,
Here you are. Surprise.
position. This dance is for you.
Here comes the catch.
The insult shall be punished. Where are you? There is no torn to oblivion! Gone! Shine down!
Commit it to memory.
Over here! Illusion shattered!
Let me amuse myself a little. Look at me.
Roll.
Тут у нас ничего не поменялось. Мгм. Чай подходит к концу, что печально.
Let's get down to business.
Shiver! Beg for mercy. Blood of frost.
My blade is gonna let you day.
I condemn you. Now you shall perish.
The fairy.
Punish me. Eye for an eye. You can't run.
Fast,
Shine down.
My blade.
Inazuma shines eternal. Illusion shattered. Shudder. Rack and ruin.
Finally,
I condemn you. Judgment.
to the fairy.
Lights out. Shine down. Crush. Freeze to the core. Yeah. Rack and ruin. The odds are against us.
Нихуя себе 200. 260 тысяч, бля, почти рекорд. А, не, ни хера не рекорд, там 320 был. Ну, циферка хорошая вдарила. Где этот упырина, вот эту гниду? В первую очередь надо убивать.
Quietly now.
Life goes on.
Torn to oblivion!
Orders given. Orders received.
Judgment! Shiver! There is no escape! Eye for an eye! Vengeance will be mine! Shudder! Rack and ruin! Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! Light out! Shine dust! Beg for mercy!
Guys. Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
Не видишь, вот толстый, это пиздец.
There is no judgment! Shudder! Freeze to the core! I condemn you!
Бабах. И еще в самую лютую жопу. Ага, тут два говнеца, да? Да.
Busted. Quiet now. Here comes the cat. Take flight. Coming Sato out. Surrender.
Allow me.
Gotcha. These are about the dead center.
Не люблю Genshin, но посмотрю только, чтобы ты в будущем стал мистером Бистом и подарил мне машину дома обучения в универе. Эх, ебать, у тебя планы грандиозные. А, никто не любит Genshin. Да, больше скажу, что бы я ни стримил, всегда буду смотреть только сервер, потому что вся моя аудитория — это игроки моего сервера. Такой жестокий мир.
Lights out. Illusion shattered. Crush. Good grief. Yeah.
Ух ты, тихо.
Orders given. Orders
Так,
received.
отпиздюлили ни хреново-то.
Shudder. Good grief. Judgment. Kill. Now you shall perish. Dance with me. Shine down. Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Audience, won't you? Rack and ruin.
Пизда, господа.
Torn to oblivion. Judgment.
Ну, с первого раза. Повезло, повезло. 1 лучше 0 зрителей. Справедливо. Справедливо. На самом деле жалко. Я думал, ну хотя бы человека, может, 3-4 придет. Но чтобы настолько все было плохо. Ой, господа, не цените вы Непу, бля. Уйдет Непа в депрессию и все. И сервак снова будет стоять на одном месте. Да не знаю я, что брать. О, мне лучше деньгу давайте. Потому что деньга мне нужна для прокачки. Все время триггерюсь. Тут ничего. Че, розочку надо докрутить. Нет. А может, да? Нет. А может, все-таки да? Зараза. Но может, все-таки да? Ну давай вот с этой одной, чтобы я сделал еще одну. Вот ты хадость, а пакость. Ладно. Ладно, сейчас приду, мне надо уйти недолго. Ну давай, давай. Ну, раз все равно никто не смотрит, думаю, диалоги-то можно даже и не читать, а можно все проскипать. Читать так чисто для себя беглым взглядом.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no,
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. No need. But they
Whoa.
I can't.
Hey!
Why use your hand?
But Rita's a big...
Well, but basic.
Huh?
Wow, I'm not when a trial isn't.
So that's what... But... Paimon still doesn't... Oh, yeah! So that...
А, сейчас задание с Венти будет.
It isn't produced by.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you...
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to...
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month.
Опа, зеркальное дело.
Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the
Ебать, я
chances?
него чел шарахается.
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, things have been... But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems...
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides,
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to...
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm unsure this won't take long.
Ну-ка, отпинай их нахер. Бля, я не умею за него играть. Все? Отпинал и все? Ладно.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't met. Huh?
Now's my chance.
Huh. That was weird.
Бля, на Серегу похож, блядь, такой же долбоёб.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something...
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in...
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with...
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into... It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was... She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge...
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh, so why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk, but it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so...
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizen. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorend.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Eh?
Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along. Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more...
О, я ее сожрет.
To reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will... hey. Shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start. Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Так. Хорошо, что я заранее это предусмотрел. А, заебись. А у нас что, на карте все телепорты под водой, что ли? Топтать того рот. Не нравится мне это. Так, а что, босс? Босс это интересно, но пока что бессмысленно. А тут у нас что? Тут у нас книги, да? Книги, значит, окей. А, чё, у них баг, что ли, какой-то? Почему я снова сюда не могу посмотреть? Непонятно. Да, что это за милые существа тут бегают? Нихера себе пудель. На, заебешься из такой шормы волосы вытряхивать. что, поплывем, что ли, сейчас куда-то? Ага. Поплыть. Виноват, косякнул. Че, поплыли? Смотри, как удобно.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Arenias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontейн Research Institute up in the
Так,
sky.
мы, значит,
An
оттуда
experiment
были.
gone wrong turned new sightseeing
Сюда,
opportunity.
теперь
And
туда.
ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
Да, телепорт прошляпили. А, нет, это подводный. Значит, хер с ним. Так, откуда все началось-то? Что-то я и забыл.
We are now approaching our final destination.
О, сундук.
Please be sure to bring all your personal
Какой сундук?
belongings with you as you
Удивительный.
disembark.
Плевать на него тогда.
Even though
Был
I
бы
will take
драгоценный
any
или
forgotten
роскошный, я бы
items to
туда
the lost and
ломанулся.
found. The paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Опа, не понял. Здесь растет моркот, который можно собрать. Пойдем соберем, почему бы и нет. Ничего страшного, подождут. Мы пришли сюда обчищать. Мы пришли грабить, убивать и насиловать. А по местному населению здесь ничего не изменилось. А, вот что такое моркот.
Too slow.
Проделал. Ну, вроде как все собрали. А, это часть ивента. Я так понял, что это сделано для того, чтобы ознакомиться с местной растительностью. А еще надо телепорт активировать. А еще и гидропол забрать.
Too slow.
Ага, как в Аназуме. Не надо виснуть, не надо. Цветочек мы сразу сопрем. Сдается мне, их надо будет много. И что от нас хотят? Сдвинуть. Не понял. Что хотят-то от нас? Надо, чтобы все втроем под водой оказались. Понял. Гениально. Где? Вот она. Лежача. Мы все слижем здесь. Всю карту обнесем. Пока Лорс будет плакать. Должна быть еще одна. Ага, вот она. Так, это 3. Значит, четвертая все-таки есть. Просто только где она? Где-то тут я просто ее не вижу. Не понимаю. Ладно, вернемся сюда позже. Как копнем. Ну и что опять началось-то где? Где активатор? Ну вот, все 3. И... И что происходит? Обчистил карту, называется. Ну и в чем прикол-то? Не понимаю, ладно. Может быть, потом разберемся. Полагаю, это театр. Опаньки. Собрать все цветочки. мята. А вот эта мята фальшивая. Ах ты падал, ты еще жив. Куда нам по итогу-то? Заебись, был вечер, хрясь день.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Ваша.
Что происходит?
Ваша. Ваша.
Чё за дела?
Are you hearing?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Annette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
When he asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
Все, вода начинает с нами говорить. Шиза прогрессирует.
I might be able to tell you something that could help explain. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with it?
Just answer me. When do you...
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you were...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with...
Oh, right!
О, вот она из трейлера. Хотя, может, не она, но вроде как очень похожа.
Following me.
О, еще одна. Наплодилась, конечно. Здрасте.
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you. I knew.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early, but you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your...
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
А если бы наверх пошли, что бы было? Хуй его знает. Ох. То есть это и зал суда, и оперный театр в одном лице, да? Прикольно. Да, но мест тут, конечно, не так много. Хотелось бы мне посмотреть, как Паймон сядет. Ага, конечно, не сядет. Так.
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. Of course you put this on Paimon.
Давай, работай.
I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Ух ты, сам судья сел.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk. But what should we talk about? Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linney then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontain.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet?
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone
Запахло
sitting
жареным.
up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think
Сидит, наблюдает, а? Жопа.
she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what
Значит, ей внимания не хватает, да?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to...
Ну что, покажут нам красивую катсцену? Давай, катсцену мне. Ух, сука. Люблю кинцо.
Sorry, Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should... You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top.
told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Запахло жареным. Посадят.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
А ты хорош.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here.
О, что, сейчас продолжение посмотрим?
Transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations.
Чё задумал, а?
I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now.
С распиливанием, что ли, будет фокус?
And only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
Или сейчас в один войдешь, в другой выйдешь.
Audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from... Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any...
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks? Or does Lenny have actual superpower?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
Я еще думал, нас возьмут. Или мы в следующий пойдем.
Cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen,
было бы забавно, если бы он туда Фурину затолкал.
If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep...
Нихера себе отсчет.
You can go a little faster or slower. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 50.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all.
54, 53, 52. Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 30.
Mr. Linney, are you all right in?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried.
25! 20! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be...
19!
It seems things aren't quite going... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Все было продумано, да? А Тянки там не окажется, она пропадет, да? Не окажется. Нихера себе. А вот это бан. Чего, бля?
Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of...
No need to be alarmed.
Разнервничалась.
To the bottom of this soon enough.
Мне кажется, это все подстроено.
The person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
Ля, пиздец, убийство. Это получается первая смерть в Геншине. Потому что до этого вот именно смертей как смертей я не видел.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Нихера себе, ты чё?
This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased, now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald...
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates?
Huh? I just think that he... Well,
испугалась, да?
it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
А чё это такое заднюю-то дала сразу?
Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes, that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you?
О, смотри, 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 нашла причину, ага.
Helped you the first time we met. Then there's no problem at all. You know, the traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draw, so no more draws.
Ах ты срань, а, маленькая, бля. Ну подожди, 3 месяца. У тебя вся жопа синяя будет.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial.
Да твою ж мать.
Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day
Значит,
from
мы
now in
адвокат,
our
да?
grounds. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to.
Ох, да выебываешься ты, дамочка, да выебываешься.
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could... Good to hear. Thank you. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect.
Заткнулся нахуй.
But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with
Заткнулся, сука.
we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Чё? Ты где это сперла?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort, but if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are... Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest.
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troop long, he was hardworking, and the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props.
Бля, даже мелом обвели, ты посмотри, а.
Crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Правильно.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know, anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
В журнале по делу вы можете проверять статус сбора доказательств и улик, а также упорядочить информацию о деле. Нихера себе. Угу. Для поддержания нужного настроения в отдельном зале. Угу. А, тут автоматически. Я уже думал, нам придется искать. Так.
Go ahead, have a look around. In the end.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly?
Она перерезана.
Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler?
Я тебе, бля, говорю. Это не та веревка.
Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Так, значит, кто-то специально такую веревочку, да, подсунул? Так. Успел подменить веревку, на которой висел. Ага. С вами можно поговорить, типа?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontейн who's made a bit of a name. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also...
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Так. Не окажите кого внутри волшебного ящика, он помог. Еще раз. С отпадающего резервуара.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that, well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Так, какая-то падла, значит, знала. Мне кажется, это кто-то из группы. Какая-то пакость, значит, тут. Так, с кем мы еще языками не чесали? А, мы же еще и дальше можем пройти. Вот этот ящик посмотреть, да. Обычный ящик. Секунд переместился Со сцены это вот трюк, как ему удалось. Вопрос хороший. Ага. Ну-ка, пойдем. Поболтаем.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested if you find any new and interesting leads.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened...
that makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that?
Глухой звук.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to...
Так, ну дальше же нет прохода. Я как должен туда попасть? А. Косяк. Опа. Сейчас что-то найдем.
Yes, both of you. Over here.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Адвокатша, что ли, еще одна?
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
Навия.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely...
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges.
Попустил ее, да?
There was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. You won't. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like a...
well?
And why
Не, ни
would
хера.
that be? See, Silver and Maloose?
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Hmm? Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Важная жопа.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Ова. Здрасте.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Lynn. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Значит, эта падла находится здесь.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. My mom wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Find my...
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage. Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Там люк.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Или там двойная стена.
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box.
Так, надо налить чайку. Итак, продолжаем расследование. Кто-то заменил ящики. И вот этот щелчок, скорее всего, был звуком развилки.
See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if...
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all works. Wow. Every detail you revealed was more amazing.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Так. И шо у нас тут?
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odd...
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
But whatever it is, let's make a note of it.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Может, кто-то пизданулся? Вот что это был за звук.
Why would there be water here?
Но вода могла пролиться сверху.
One of those tricks where you pour water and here's a broken vase. Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and...
Так вода сверху могла пролиться. Ну или как минимум в этой вазе. Ладно, мало улик, надо больше. Так, еще что ли что-то? Опа.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Hannah doesn't want to be a detective.
Так, ну и последняя точка. Да ёп, попади ты по кнопке. Все должно работать как часы. Рельсы позволяют тележке ехать строго в заданном направлении. Реквизиты, костюмы. Опа!
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Вернитесь наверх. Да еп, чё с кнопками, алё?
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent lead... The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both... No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I'm unbuttoned up.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why... yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings
А поймем, как всегда, и еде.
I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some...
Huh? here?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with...
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snack soon.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is demoiselle's... No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impasse. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp.
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. Honest.
Врет толстая жопа,
Please
врет.
don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then other... Wait. Even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
snack time.
Блин, так и суд
Having a
начнется.
look around the area.
Мы тут время
Know
тратим.
what we're looking for. It would be all right. It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Не волнуйтесь, совершение преступления. Но на обсуждение этого вопроса стало ясно, что вероятность существования третьего лица, причастного к преступлению, также очень мала. Да бля, мне кажется, это кто-то из трупы был. Подожди, чего надо дождаться? 8 утра? А, следующего дня еще ни хера.
Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case.
О, 8:30 нормально. Что ж, сейчас нашу жопу рвать будут. Либо мы чью-то. Сейчас в последний момент по-любому что-нибудь найдется.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from... Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well,
best of luck to you.
Так, и куда мы идем? На суд? Ну,
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your...
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that that was...
Может, она сама все подстроила, эта бессовестная жопа? Она ж как раз наверху сидела. А? Ты, бля. Может, это ты его вальнула?
Should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily?
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once...
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly...
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something...
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
Так.
I was right
Дело
by the
пахнет
box,
говной.
I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those
ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations
Ой, ты
are
посмотри, как жопой виляет, а.
Aren't you and Lynette actually
the House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Запахло дерьмой.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting.
Ты смотри на нее, а. Господи, как же я хочу взять ее отшлепать нахер.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Сука, как все сложно. Но я, бля, я не верю, нахуй, что это он виноват.
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted.
Я не могу продолжать защиту его интересов. Да хуй там, будем защищать, блядь. Так, вы там заткнулись нахер, вас даже не было.
Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? In that case,
Ой, да выебываешься.
audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Ай, какая ж ты самоуверенная, а? Не, что-то здесь нечисто. Ну, не было их. Но это ничего не значит.
This is awkward. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, but still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
You both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core...
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course, we must know all
Да-да-да, я тоже думаю, что из-за судов какая-то херня, блядь, происходит.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatus...
Well, Traveler,
Не-не-не, сейвим их, сейвим нахуй. Надо сейвить. Если не надо, я помогу снять с обвинения.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty bad. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously... Huh?
Ага, я знал, что Миша что-то она задумала. И под конец как даст нахуй Фурине под зад. Я не слышал глухого звука. Голос в комнате с ядром. И утверждает, что слышал таинственный голос в комнате, где находилось ядро. Отдельной части оперного театра. Это тот же голос, который мы слышали, или там какая-то мразота сидит, которая решила его подставить. Ну, пошли, сейчас жопу ей надерем.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may...
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Вы можете установить несостоятельные части свидетельств, основываясь на изложении событий другой стороны. Не понял? Несостоятельные части. Используйте полученные в ходе расследования происшествия доказательства и улики, чтобы опровергнуть несоответствие. Ага. Заменить их новыми заключениями. Ага. Найдете, опровергните все несостоятельные звенья. Выполните цикл опровержения, чтобы раскрыть истину. Ебать, вот это батл.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Он спустился в тоннель. Так.
When the flatbed trolley
За ним
passed,
проезжала
he opened the
тележка, он
box
открыл
and got
ящик,
into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the
в
loud
результате
thud.
которой мы услышали тот самый звук. Опровергнуть нахуй.
He did not realize that this sound
Вот
could
мы
be
только
heard
знаем, что
by
услышали его
everyone in
все.
the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that
Шло
he
лишь
could not
обратный
hear the
отсчет.
sound.
Пиздёж.
He used the vase to knock her out
Я не
before
ударил.
making her change
Ты
clothes
точно
to prevent
выглядишь,
others from
переосознаешь, чтобы
recognizing
Холден
her.
не узнали. Он снял с нее одежду. Решил проверить социальный. Доктор Босс и Снеллер застал линию на месте преступления. Ударил Коула, потом затащил его в ящик. Сообщив случай захваченный ящик, взять на музей, сделал свой реквизит, чтобы смерть Коула выглядел да. Красиво пиздишь. Вооружение будет восстановление последовательности действий и наблюдение линии. Так, мы что-то должны поменять, да? Поиск противоречий. Опровергнуть. Бля. Ну это также можно наугад, типа, тыкать, пока не повезет. Ладно, попробуем сейчас логически. Во время шоу никто не покидал оперный театр, а после инцидента его могли покинуть только те, чьи личности были установлены. Голос в комнате. Одежда. Неправдоподобно. Ладно, давай сюда в результате. Так, сейчас, подожди. Когда начался обратный отсчет. Как это работает? Ладно, давай все протыкаем, может быть. Ну может здесь не надо было ничего опровергать. Окей, логично. В принципе, там даже... Ну, в принципе, она там сказала все правильно, окей. Инцидент на сцене. Так, оглушает, похищает, нападает. Не, ни хера. Опровергнуто. Так, оглушил Хойс. Нет, ни хрена. Чтобы ее не опознали. Но действительно ли Лини был в тот момент в туннеле? Нет. Опровергнуто. Когда Лини вернулся в туннель, преступление уже было совершено, он увидел только одежду. Эй, я не закончил. Ну может там дальше и не надо было.
An empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel
А чё
again.
Паймон вместо нас говорит? Я тут защищаю.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from him.
Так. Давай дальше. Сейчас будет про убийство. И вот с убийством мы как раз перевернем в свою сторону, и Фурина отсосет. Здорово, Найткросс. За последние 2 часа, а то может быть и 3. Ты первый, кто написал. По вашему обвинению многое не сходится. Реквизит на сцене подмели заранее. Койл оказался на месте преступления случайно. Собирался убить Лини, если Койл не спустился в туннель. Если верить вашей версии, Лини просто хотел похитить девушку, чтобы доверить еще не эпизод дело обещания. Ему не было нужды никого убивать. Давай, дрючи моя. Я смело проверили моим заключением, какие у вас есть доказательства.
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Наблюдение на вооружение. Ох, япона мать. Что является доказательством того, что Лини не было в туннеле в момент совершения преступления? Ага. Информация про повышенявших. Так. Никто не покидал оперный театр. Так. Так. Владею, в котором пряталась Линет, переодетая в одежду Лини, чтобы появиться в конце фокуса и создать ложное впечатление, что Лини может мгновенно переносить ящик на противоположной стороне. Возможно, участие третьей стороны. А, туннель. Не связано. Не связано. А, понял. То есть что-то из этих трех. Снять напряжение. Навычно в какой-то. Никто не покидал. Бля, я не знаю. Ну, либо второй, либо третье. Но никто не покидал это. Нелогично. Может, вот это? Ну, логично.
you'd use such logic.
Ага, все.
Well then,
Забилась в угол, да?
Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
А вот тут надо подумать. Свободные шестерни. Ну давай. Ну да, тут в принципе как ты не крути. Что, веревка лопнула от воздействия фейерверков запущенных. А я могу выбрать? Подожди, назад. На сцене. Чё? Эй! А можно откатить, бля? Я даже не знал, как это работает.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant.
Был ассистентом Линни, у него имелся доступ к реквизиту.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own? Could there have been a third person in?
Может, третий кто-то? Серьезно? То есть кто-то из них?
Halsey is the missing person and...
Ну, вряд ли он сам себя грохнул. Да ну нахер. Серьезно? Не, я понимаю, типа у него доступ к реквизиту, он типа мог ее переодеть. А, или он... он мог ее куда-то спрятать или перенести, а потом сныкаться в ящике, но из-за фейерверков что-то случилось, и он просто на него пизданулся, и по итогу он угробил сам себя. Может быть логично. Либо он хотел грохнуть кого-то, а в результате сам попал. Хуй знает.
That can't be right. The killer one!
Oh, is that so? How?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did.
Что делал Коуэлл, как из преступника стал жертвой преступления. Выберите любую улику, чтобы узнать подробности. За все это время никто не входил и не выходил из театра, куда притул.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal
У преступника было достаточно времени.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lenny as well.
Выбрать.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name
Не,
is
ну
Cowell.
вот это тоже, по-моему, важно, то, что был реквизит. Доступ к реквизиту.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may...
Ну, по-любому неправильно, да. Чего-то не хватает. Так, ну вот это 100% правильно. Вот это 100% правильно. Выбрать. А она баганулась, что ли? Бля, тут каждая шестеренка имеет свой вопрос. Тогда ясно. Как мы можем понять, что Линни не мог участвовать в преступлении? Ушел из тоннеля. Логично. Так. Как доказать, что в тоннеле Действительно произошел конфликт. Громкий звук. Переключиться. Куда подевалась Холзи?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrance.
Вопрос хороший. Кто сейчас главный подозреваемый?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Ага. Так, значит, вместо вот этой.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely. Halsey's clothing.
Да, логично. Они бы столкнулись. В смысле? Бля, нет.
Halsey's clothing was in.
Логика. Не понял тогда, подожди. Если все варианты неправильные. Просто никакого варианта не должно было быть. Пиздец, блядь, как мне понять эту игру? Глухой удар мог прозвучать, когда Холзи оказывала Койлу сопротивление. Линии не было в тоннеле ровно 1 минуту. За это время Койл мог вывести Холзи из ящика. Во время вызывания из театра никто не выходил. Он ее переодел. Куда поделась Холзи?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And he.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider it just like the trick as it transpired? The end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them
Было
seem
просто
very
взорвано, но
likely.
в тоннеле всего 3 выхода, и ни один из них не подходит.
It's not like this is a magic trick where
Когда
you can
человек
just
просто
make
берет и
a
исчезает, как
real-life
клинат исчезла
person
и завалилась
disappear.
вода.
You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is
Возможно,
growing
зрители тоже,
impatient?
конечно,
There is
терпеть.
no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Ой, сейчас довынепывается, а? Сейчас
If
мы
the
тебя
defense is
попустим.
unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next
Ты
stage of the
подожди, сейчас мы ее воткнем.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is
Погибший
Cowell,
звал.
Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Преступный план Койла, обстановка. Куда подевалась Холзи?
The vase was not broken by chance.
Чтобы скрыть важную улику, воду. Ну, раз добавилось, давай возьмем. Только что не так с водой? Типа все исчезают в воде, это все вот из этой легенды получилось?
It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Бля, точняк. Что-то я тоже об этом в самом начале еще подумал, а потом забыл про это.
Into water.
Just a moment, please. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth. Their magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real.
Ага, тогда покажи ее, дура.
I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased.
Так, и что они там найдут?
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids.
Ага, сообщник его подставил, что ли?
Appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
Бля, как все запутанно-то
Notes also
получилось.
state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving...
Could something so ridiculous...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Ага, это что, он превратил ее в воду и в пробирку засунул?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed guards. Please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at... Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant.
Какой реквизит использовал убийство, чтобы контролировать время растворения?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
Нет, не имеет.
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been...
Ну-ка нет, пока нет, не будем трогать. Какой реквизит используешь, чтобы спрятать механизм убийства? Спрятать механизм?
Lynette was in the magic box. I remember there was something...
Может, это возможно. Чем убийц? Правильно. Так, это сюда. Чтобы контролировать время растворения.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's...
Контролировать время растворения.
Something else within the inner layer of that box. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the
Главное
tank.
здесь вода, а не сам резервуар.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Ага. Логично. Ну чё, вздрючим фуриночку?
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, The metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the
Просто
top of the
шарик
box.
прикреплен к верхней
When the
части.
balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial
Из
sea
него вылилось,
inside it
растворило
would pour
Холзи.
down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward,
Если
Powell
Хойл
would
вошел в
enter the
туннель
tunnel and break the flower vase
и
to
разбил воду,
conceal
чтобы
the
объяснить,
water
откуда в
inside
туннеле
the
взялась
tunnel.
вода.
With the
Остальные улики
remaining
должен был
evidence
скрыть
being
выпавший на
covered up
сцену
by the
резервуар
water
с водой.
tank on stage. But he encountered something
И Хойл погиб,
unexpected in the
придавленный
tunnel
резервуаром,
and
который
wound
должен
up
был
being
скрыть.
fatally hit by the same water tank
Но в туннеле
he
что-то
meant
пошло
to
не
use
так,
to
и
cover
Хойл
his
увидел.
tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Пусть тебе будет стыдно.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to... His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
Он его подставил.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present...
Ах, ты хочешь вынипнуться, да?
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young
Сейчас
woman
это
at
самого
all.
растворения.
Indeed, he did leave the
Вычислить
scene
лицо.
via the
Он она выставляет его за сообщника.
beforehand. His accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to... But upon his return, in cruel avarice, ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and... Am I
Вот
right,
это ты зря.
Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to... Is this the end of the rope?
Алла, сосни сейчас.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen?
I think we've all seen enough.
Подожди-ка, кто-то...
And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning.
Подтвердишь, моих заключениях нет изъяна.
This is indeed
Настало
the
время...
finale.
Ты подожди, сейчас мы тебя...
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. What in the...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance?
Чё сейчас?
Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
Так, а я нихуя не понимаю сейчас.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
Да ну нахер. Сука, сюжетных поворотов все больше и больше. Я уже, бля, не знаю, что ждать.
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Oh.
I heard that Linny's show was going to be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there.
А, это ты, бессовестная жопа.
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar.
Ага, и ты хотела убить его, но убила по ошибке ассистента.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Ебать. Линия входит в туннель. После этого он покинул туннель. Чувствовал. Угу. Поиск противоречий. Устройство поддержи. Только после того, как жандарма проверили особенно, выяснилось, что машина постоянно выдает одни и те же результаты. Кто-то изменил ее настройки в недобрых целях. Творение. Так, ладно, подожди, давай. Ебать, как все сложно. Так, подожди, а к чему тут вообще тогда? Так, ладно, в пизду.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out.
Сражаются. Ваза нахуй.
The flower vase was
Линия оглушает Коуэлла. Не, ни хрена. Так.
Lily-Ann was
Подожди. А дальше? Сука, я опять куда-то мискликнул, и оно закрылось. Или просто потому, что я все сделал.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out with no one
Чего, бля? Никто не виноват, получается.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped two of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Еще и поймон подставил.
All the events that happened in the tunnel.
Ah, so that's the whole story. Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
Че, все, язык в жопу заснул.
Answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution
Ой, а че это такое у нас, а?
before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit
Давай,
defeat.
страдай, бля, страдай.
At least have left me with some dignity.
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontейn, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman, to cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lily-Ann was not from Fontейn, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lily-Ann. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lily-Ann, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lily-Ann's conduct that should still be, this case at least can be handed over to the oratories to make the final decision.
Чё? Бля, думаю, сейчас гача Старрейла была, бля, тоже вставил билетик на.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Ах ты паскуда.
Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that...
I suspect
Вот он,
that the
сообщник, да?
accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can
Охуеть,
cause
что за день
people to
переобуваний?
dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Все. Был пацан и нет пацана.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Угу.
So, we're just going back now?
В смысле? Нет, мы не просто уйдем. Ну-ка, пошли. Фурине хорошенько так по жопе херакнем.
Please wait.
Winnie.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Нихера себе.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind
Подожди-ка,
hearing a
это они
story?
случайно не
It's about my past.
это говорят?
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to the...
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean,
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption.
Нихера тут сцена разворачивается. Блять, ну тут категория уже 16+, нахуй.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there and...
So, she'd already taken...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like...
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you.
Bye, Lenny.
Ленин вредничает, да? Так, ща подойду. Так, а все ушли уже, да? Представление закончилось. Ага, и сейчас тут кого-то встретим, да?
What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. Sorry. I might have been—
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontейn?
All right then, let's have our...
Так. Ага. А, погоди-ка, это не мировой босс, это обычный босс. А кто тогда будет мировым боссом? Вопрос хороший. Так, подбегать или... У меня и печати-то нету. Да. Заебись мне. А чё по наградам в принципе? Ага. Ну, корона меня не интересует. Вот это может быть. Круточки это тоже хорошо. Кстати, что по гемам? Хоть круточка-то есть, а хрен там. И тут нет. Жаль.
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
I wonder where humans come from.
Ладно, карту я побегаю уже потом.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up.
I hope. Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only...
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation...
If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's easy to guard against and deceive, which is exactly why the Spina di Ro- Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into...
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they...
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have... Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more,
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's best.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep.
Нихуя себе, вот такой способ мне нравится.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she... You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
Правильно, пусть ей будет стыдно.
While she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
О,
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
деньги кончились.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well,
If you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see ya!
Так, куда мы идем? Опять сюда. Зашибись. Ну, пойдем. Потом разочек помучаем босса. Сходим в данжик. И да и хватит на сегодня. Один хрен никто не смотрит. Пизду. Не, кажется, у нас все-таки есть гемы. Да. Ну-ка. Крутку. Печально. Не добили.
Ваша. Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voice? That's kind of spooky.
Ваша. Ваша.
Мне кажется, сюда все растворенные, которые попали сюда. Что, сейчас что-то будет? Здорово.
Ваша, are you my dear Ваша? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Вашa? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vasha would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such... No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vasha, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still... Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vasha above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. If anything, I consider it It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time. And I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vash...
Чё за ёбаная срать здесь происходит? Что за what the fuck, motherfucker?
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Опаньки.
Quick, now's our chance!
Ух, люблю эпичные сцены. Одна играет от защиты, другая от мастерства, значит, да? Я так понял, у нас третья Ноэль в игре появится.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere.
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! I thought we were done for! Those Gardamex can't be a duelist named Florent who came out to save us too. We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be as such. We're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh? Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything...
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vasha again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing.
New intel?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't... Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been... Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the...
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased.
You talk too much. Well, we also have some plans to...
Don't worry, you two.
В подземку сейчас пойдем.
make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh. Very good.
I shall find room.
Thank you, Malus. Now.
Ах ты, блядь. Отвлекся. Еще ниже. Ух ты, Япон, мать. И чё тут за приколы такие? Охереть. Канализации, ля, какие отстроили, ёбаные волшебники. Дети в канализации. Показалось.
Quit following me.
Телепорта нема, да? Очень грустно. Не, есть.
Too slow.
So, this is your bait?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact,
Seems like it's
to be honest,
your father.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. My father's name is Callus. 3 years ago.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure at the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost... 3 years later, I still... How could he protect his honor if he's dead? The closest piece of info I have...
So that's what...
That's right. I've also... However, I believe I must know what really happened. Was my father... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating...
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered any. Master Callus did so much good. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait. If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind... People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could...
There is one other.
Oh. Her? Well, yeah. That's not...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly there was only a...
It's not that I don't understand her at all.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that... yes, that is our understanding.
Oh, Papa. What? All right. Anyway, that's the information. Thanks.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep.
Фу, отдохните в комнате. Да. Отдохнуть это, пожалуй, то, что надо. Опа, темы. Дай десяточку. А там не хватает, да? А, не хватает. Ну давай розовую. Ну что ж ты за говно посра? Так, судя по вот этому показателю, мы сделали 21 крутку. Прибавить ее к тому, что было. Тринадцать плюс 21, 34. 34 крутки мало, но... Да и хер с ним. Ладно, хватит на сегодня. Я думаю, продолжать стримить нет смысла, потому что все равно никто смотреть не будет, так что займусь этим просто так, без стримов. А к серваку вернемся через несколько дней. Все. Всем спасибо. Тем немногим, кто зашел. И до свидания.